Hello, welcome to the stream. I'm gonna play some variety games and maybe do some Ashes of Creation spreadsheet, like create a spreadsheet later. I don't really know. I mean, I know what I want to do, but I'm not sure how to do it. So I'll think about it later. Probably. Or I might play another game after this. We'll see. Oh. Shucks. I've always wondered, if you hold the bombs and if you hold the other things and then you like charge it up before you throw it, do they do more damage? I'm pretty sure it does more damage for like the solid mine, but the bombs, I don't know. The boomerang, maybe? Or maybe it's just more knockback. Triple. So I need kills with swords and cannons for my or the dailies. Did. Oh, I'm in the lead though. All right. Oh. Oh no. Gotta run. 11? How did I go 11? All right. That turned out okay. Wow. I did 11 and I still don't. Oh, they replaced. So now I need Qatar wins. All right. Who has a Qatar and a sword, or a Qatar and a great sword? Qatar spear, Qatar bow, Qatar sword. There we go. This is who I'm going to use. Oh, what's that? All right, play. So I have to win to get the point, and I have to win 3 times. That's, I don't know if I'll do all of that. I really don't have much range on my heavy special abilities. Darn it. That's a little more range. Dang it. This time. All right. Well. Okay. Yeah, that one guy just fed me and like intentionally let me kill him a couple times. Got the win. Got the win. Wait, what button does what? I totally forgot how to play. No. Like, why would I do that? Why would I do that? Oh my gosh. He's just delaying. Get back here. Get back here. No, I didn't get any sword kills. Gotta do it again. Where's that? What was I playing? This one. Oh, wait. Wait. Wrong button. Okay, play again. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do.
3, 2, 1, brawl!
Oh, got me. And then what was someone has like lightsaber effects. I fight the guy with the lightsaber. No. No, oh, I'm gonna die. Yep. That's gonna do me in. Oh, I thought I almost died there. Dang it. Oh no. The Magyar is pretty good.
Player 3 wins.
Oh, did I still not get two? I didn't get one sword kill. Dang it. Dang it. I mean, even if you could shoot someone while doing a one-handed handstand, why would you want to? Oh. I don't know what to do. No. I'm DEAD. RIP me. No, I thought I did good there. Now what? Get off me. Crud. I got a kill. But it still wasn't with my sword, was it? Oh my gosh. Sword. I need sword kills. Need the sword kills. Just 2 more.
Three, two, one, brawl.
What was that? Good game.
Wins.
One sword kill. I made progress, and I got a legend win, which is good. I didn't expect that. Wait, no, don't change my character. I still need another sword kill. I'm just not getting them back. I think I got most of my kills from like throwing items.
Three, two, one, brawl.
Oh, how did that hit me? How did that hit me?
Knockout.
Okay, I'm not doing so. Who is? Got me. Wait, what? What happened? No, give me. No, I did the wrong thing. I'm getting hurt quite a bit. Goodness gracious.
Dominating. Four,
There we go.
3, 2, 1. Game. Player 3 wins.
Hey. Okay, so I finished my sword stuff. All right. I'm gonna switch to Ashes of Creation. Is this a brand new spreadsheet? It is, isn't it? How did it just open a brand new one from a link off Google? That's kind of cool. With pre-built-in tables, include smart chips, placeholders, and custom color. What's a smart chip? What's it mean? Event planning, product road, inventory management, team planner. Do I want any of these? Or would any of these be helpful? Budgeting. I think I just need to make my own. Yeah, just don't worry about it. Whatever. I guess let's give it a title. Ashes. Ashes. So what exactly am I trying? I want to know exactly. I mean, this is a preparation page. I'm not going to be able to complete it. I'm just preparing it for when alpha is released. I mean, I feel like, well, maybe that could just be different sheets on here, but I should have different. There should be one for maybe for every class. How should I do? I want to know what the best possible. I could do ability rotation. I could do best in slot equipment. I can't do best in slot equipment. We don't have that information. But I could set up. Here, let me just take some notes because there's multiple. Not this. There's multiple things that would be good to analyze about Ashes of Creation. I could do this equipment spreadsheet. I could do. Actually, people do a lowercase I for some reason for this. I could do like this ability rotation. And I think I should add per class. Is that the right word? Ashes wiki. Not that. Is this it? No. No. Is this it? I'll say that first. this one, that's actually a .wiki. Yeah, this is where I want to be. So, what have I been talking about? Per class? No, not class. Is it class? It's like, you got your clerics and your. It's a class combination of primary archetypes. That's the word I was looking. So it's actually archetypes, but they know what I'm talking about when I say class, so I could just call it class, right? And that's what I want to call it. All right, so we could do it per role. No. So I think it would be good to add. Not you. All right, yeah, save whatever that is. And okay, so it could be good to have a sheet with all abilities, and then on the other sheets I can reference those abilities. Okay, so let me just add a sheet. And I am not going to have that information until alpha starts. And then even then, it's like I'm not going to level every single character. Maybe I can get other people that play their characters to, once they get their character leveled up, to then put in it. Or maybe even at level 1, you can just hover over the ability and you can already see like how the ability will change as your level increases. So that you can just look at the ability and you know what the ratios of damage stuff will be. And because we, what I'm talking about, like if the ability name, ability description, all abilities, description, and then the description like might say does damage of 0.5 AP or something times base damage. I mean, that could be the description, I guess. Right. And then maybe that ability will say like maybe the 1.5 would be colored in blue on level 1, but you could see it's also like got this dash, and then it's not blue. Here, I'll just make it blue. Text color, yeah, blue and bold. And then later on it does 1.7, and And then the next level, it does like 1.9. And then the last level that it levels up is like 2.2 or something, you know? And then that's the whole ability. You know how the ability changes, so you can just, because if that's the case, I really wouldn't even type down the 1.5. I would just type down the 2.2, and that's just what the ability does. I would just leave it at that. I wouldn't worry about the leveling up process on my own. So hopefully it's just as simple as this, and I can just immediately, at level 1, if I know what the ability will be at maximum level, then I can better calculate the ability rotations, when to use it, and what it's supposed to do, and what like the value is. Like I'll end up having some kind of and this won't be taken from the game. It'll be like impact value or something. And it's just my opinion. Like, it's not like a set number in the game. And I just say, oh, well, this has, I'll probably do it like between 0 and 1, where 1 is like the most impactful spells in the entire game, has a score of 1. But then the worst spells will have a lower value. So my impact value could be, I don't know, for spell, I don't know what this would be, but say this has an impact value of like 0.5 for that made up spell. Here, I'll call it like fireball. Actually, let me go. Yeah, sure, fireball. But then there's like, with all your fire stuff, you have like passives. I don't know. This doesn't really belong under abilities. It's on passives, and then passive would be like all fire damage applies a dot lasting for 5 seconds, does 35 damage per second, stacks to 5 or something. So then that's like, wow, that's really cool passive, even though the ability I'm giving it an impact value of 5, because it has this passive attached to it, will have so it's like impact value ability, and then we have like a impact value of passive. Right? I mean, of passives effect, it could be actives too. Like if that ability applies a stun or something, that would go into this category. And I mean, how much does a dot apply? Like, so that's like a 3 maybe, and then so the impact, and then we'll have like impact value of ability times passive. It's something simple like that. I mean, I don't know if that exact formula of just ability times passive is good enough, but 0.5 times 0.3 equals 0.15. So the total, I mean, so like the real value that I would actually be comparing after I did that would be the 0.15. And so when I make up my ability rotations, that fireball has a 0.15 potential. So I would try to use abilities in my rotation that has the largest impact value of ability time passive. That I mean, that's where I would start with the rotation. Okay. Here, is this whole thing too hard to see? I mean, what size do I need to make this for stream? What's like a good size? 20? 22? 24? I don't. There we go. 24. It's just. There you go. Ashes. I'm just gonna call it theory crafting template. Let me change the share options. Share private to me only. Share. Anyone with the link can view or comment. People can comment. Yeah. So let me see. Let me see. So these are the. I need to define exactly what I want to focus on accomplishing first. It isn't going to be equipment. I don't know the equipment right now. Okay. I could probably theory craft a ability rotation. I think I could confidently probably do that before Alpha 2 was even released. They gave us enough detail in the dev streams when they started talking about the release of a new archetype that I could probably. I mean, I know on healer, I'm thinking about playing healer, and on the healer dev stream, they highlighted the ability. They actually hovered the mouse over each ability, maybe not each, but several, and they read out what it does. Because even if I don't have a exact description like this, even if the description looked more like does a mediocre amount of single target, even if it does that, like how much is mediocre? I mean, I could give that a definitive number, like how much do I think a mediocre damage is, and then when the alpha releases, I can change it if I know the exact amount. But or if someone wants to actually just hit on an enemy and see how much it does, I hope that they give us training dummies, hitting dummies, something to test with that has just a stable amount of stats. Because in the game, if we find like some kind of special turtle in a zone, that turtle is probably not found in every other zone. And wherever people drop into in the game, whatever node they want to be playing at, if we want to get good feedback for what are these damage numbers look like, we need to also take into account that the enemies are going to have different defensive capabilities, defensive stats. And so the numbers aren't going to be fair. They aren't going to be even. If one person is hitting a brown turtle, one person is hitting a green turtle, the supposed best in slot equipment to find out what's hitting, what's good for attacking that enemy is going to be different. So I hope they just give us something with 0 defensive stats on it, or like 1 defensive stat on it, or something like, we just, if we could spawn it in, if we could like craft a little testing dummy, and it's just wherever we are, whatever zone we're in, whatever region we're in, that testing dummy just has the same stats to it, so everyone can compare. That would be much simpler. I remember in New World, people were using there was like a bear found in one of the starting zones, and that was the testing dummy. Was they used that bear? I mean, we could do that. We could just name one animal, one mob as like that's the kind of mob that we want to test our stats on. But I would prefer it if it's something intended to be used for testing your stats on. Okay. So we could do ability rotation, probably. What else is there? Can I test like tank stats, like defensive stats and stuff? Can we? Defensive stats. Let's just type this again. This defensive stats. I could set something up maybe about that. Probably. That one's not gonna. This ability rotation thing might be our best bet for like actual good use of time, stuff that we can really learn before the game gets released. But I'm not going to be able to learn too much about that defensive stat and make like an accurate spreadsheet of how it is working. Not until the game's released. Because even if I look up it's not going to tell me this, is it? Status effect? Oh, I should look into status effect. I could at least say I should grade status effects. They should have a number, a grade, like where did impact of passive, so one of these impact values, I could give an impact value to the status effects. Something. Stats derived from primary attributes via the waterfall system. A waterfall stat is a derivative of an attribute. So if dexterity is your attribute stat and a waterfall from dexterity is crit rate, that would be considered a waterfall stat. Well, I'll just put that in there. Like, let spreadsheet users choose their preferred waterfall stats. And that could be, I could have something up here where they just like select waterfall stat. And there's just a drop down and you just select it. Or I could just have like, I don't know, somehow over here I could just have, this waterfall, that waterfall, and then it's like a 0.4 here and a 0.5 or 6 or something there or something. Yeah, I'll have to think about that more. This will probably be super doable because that's just like, you remember in Elden Ring, like waterfall stat? You remember in looking at any kind of, man, I wish I knew how Elden Ring, how they made these wikis, how they figured out these numbers. I wish that information was available. How did they figure this out? But I just mean, give me a weapon here. I just mean, look at the waterfalls here. It's like, if you choose to, here, stat scaling, this could be, this, instead of saying stat scaling, that could just say waterfall stat. And then strength is like, this is your progression for your strength. This is your progression for your dex. Because look, we have dex, we have strength. It's the same sort of, we can just apply this way of looking at it. So let me take a note of that. Like Elden Rings. Like Elden Ring stat scaling table for weapons. So primary attributes are also referred to as core stats, primary stats, and base stats. Base stats are defined by a character's primary archetype. These can be improved based on gears, tattoos, and other enchantments such as socketed items. I haven't heard of this tattoo thing before. How does this tattoo affect our character? I mean, we get like stat improvements in this game from our tattoo. I didn't realize that. Can I get my guild tattoo on my chest in the game? That'd be what I do. That'd be nice to tattoo my guild emblem. Yeah, I need to keep it simple. I don't want to get too out of. Uh, I would rather do the complicated stuff if I knew how to do that. I mean, it's complicated. How do you do that? There you go. Tools and calculators. See, how do I make a calculator? Build calculator. That would be neat. That would be pretty cool. And then you choose your little. No, that's not what I mean. I mean scaling calculators. What's an example of something that I want to do? Hmm. Where do you hit enter? There's no enter. It just updates as you do it. Main content. Schema.org. Schema.org. Collaborative community action with the mission to create, maintain, and promote schemas for structured data on the internet. Many encodings. Over 50 million sites use schema to mark up their web pages. Is this correct? Does this do what I think it does? The schemas are a set of types, each associated with a set of properties. This is going to make me be like a web developer. When it isn't that kind of up this alley of like web development? That's not really what I'm trying to do. Um, action. An action performed by an agent and indirect participant spawn a direct object. What do you mean object? Optionally happens at a location with the more of an inanimate instrument. With the help of an inanimate instrument, the execution of the action may produce a result. Um, huh. Result is a thing. Was expected type property. The property of a result produces the expected type of a thing. The result produced in the action. John wrote a book. The book is what he wrote. John wrote, and the result was a book. Um, URL not found. Just tell me. Okay, so they built this themselves. And here it is presented on the web page. It's not just they didn't build it somewhere else. They built it on this page. And I don't know how to build this stuff. Would be cool, but let's just move on. All right. Tattoos, that'd be cool too. I don't know how to freaking implement all that. Let's think. Let me just read about the stats. That could help me in a lot of ways. Let me just read about the stats and the primary attributes and just let me just start to understand what I'm working with here. I don't mind if it takes a little bit. Stats can be improved based on gear, tattoos, and other enhancements. Gear has approximately a 40-50% influence on players' overall power. Okay, that's good to know. That's very good to know. Excellent. Artisan profession does not affect a player's stats. Oh, really? Not even a little bit? All right. It's probably easier if it doesn't. Yeah. We don't need all that clutter. Crafters will stats on gear. Crafters will be able to assign different skills or abilities. They can assign abilities on gear. Skills and abilities, not just stats. They can. I mean, well, it does say 40 to 50%. All gear will be able to be assigned any stat. Weapons have their own progression paths. Yeah, that's one thing that'll be interesting is figuring out what is the correct progression path. for your weapons. Gear enhancements can be applied to add elemental or energy types of damage. Let me look at that. Let me see what you mean.
Okay, I got maybe one.
Okay.
Weapon progression has been mentioned here and there, but never elaborated on. What do we get from progressing a weapon?
Ooh,
Can we
that's a
change our weapon skill and or unlock extra weapon skills to put on our action bar?
Yes. Consider a weapon to a degree, a very minor degree, but consider it to be its own class,
Yeah.
right? It has its own skill progression tree. It has its own equipment in the sense that you can augment a weapon, you can enchant a weapon, right?
Yeah, yeah.
In a way, it's sort of its own class progression.
Yeah, I could totally see that argument being made. Yeah.
And what we want that to be for you, I mean, okay, Ashes of Creation is all about providing many progression paths, right? The reason why we don't like the term endgame is because with
You don't
the amount
like
of
the term
progression
endgame.
that's available, with the amount of diversity and player agency that impacts the world, with the way the node systems work, there are so many things that players can do. We kind of want a weapon system and added element of that as well,
Yeah.
right? That's just another version of a path that you can go down to better something. So you can determine special effects that proc from currently the combo system, right? You can determine ancillary effects that proc based on enchantment types. You can power.
What do you mean? Ancillary effects? ANCILA. Ancillary, providing necessary support to the primary activities or operating of an organization, institution, industry, or system. Providing supporting effects. Okay.
Power stone weapons to add different either elemental types of damage and or energy that kind of play rock paper scissors with player defenses, right? Those are systems that, and then you can skill tree out how those effects that are granted through the combo system work, right? You can make them better, you can branch them off into a different direction.
You can change the order of them.
Exactly. Yeah. So good
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Very cool. Well, again, sorry for the delay. I hope you guys enjoyed the video.
Okay. So there's going to be a lot of benefits to weapons. Looking at progression paths for weapons, having weapons are their own thing. Weapons are. So we have class progression. I'm not doing stats on node progression but I could look at stats on your character. And your character has class progression. They have equipment progression, weapon progression. What else affects your in-game stats, even though they don't like in-game? I want to pursue the in-game. I want to pursue the good stuff for my character. I want to make sure I know. I want to put some work into trying to make my character as good as they can be. And so theory crafting templates. Come over here. Well, that's a few. I mean, I can just start trying to do some work on those. But is there anything else I'm missing? Any other like spreadsheets that really could be made that are a good use of time to make them before A2 is even released? Like stuff that the information is out there, that there's enough information out there for me to start creating like objective, like math based spreadsheets. Like where can I get good numbers, or where can I at least like think I can make up some pretty good numbers, and I can tweak those numbers after the alpha's released. But let's see what else is under here. Under the stats on Wiki. Gear enhancement. Gear enhancements are possible both during and after an item is crafted. See, if the only thing about gear enhancement that really affects your gear enhancement is higher rarity items and different crafting materials, I don't know. I mean, the rarity probably makes it a better weapon, right? Like maybe you can make a legendary instead of a purple or a blue, but then the crafting materials might be like, it might change it from a fire sword into a frozen sword. And I think I should definitely try and look into giving data on if you're better off with a frost sword or a lightning sword or a fire sword or fire staff, or, we could try and figure that out. But I don't need to put any attention into, of course, you should use higher rarity items. Of course. Although I would like to be able to specifically know, like, what numbers that rarity item should produce. Because then I would use that in calculating the damages. Yeah, I would use that in calculating damages like after I'm hitting a dummy, but for the fact that the part of alpha 2 is just, as long as you have the higher rarity materials, you need the higher rarity better stuff. And who knows if we'll even get anything legendary at all, any legendary in the alphas. We just have to try and get the best we can find. I mean, this game might take a lot of time before you get the really good stuff. I'm not too worried about trying to put anything to the spreadsheet about gear enhancement. The bulk of a weapon's power comes from its crafting recipe and the materials used. Yeah, I don't need to worry about that. Moving on. Runes and power stones. Enchantment stones. Wow. Temporary. Two types of enchantments from items, vertical and horizontal. Vertical enchantments are power progression for a crafted item, more damage or mitigations, added effects or bonuses. That sounds great. There isn't an RNG in crafting. Good. There may be small amounts in enchanting. over enchanting items comes with a over enchanting? Really? Um okay, but I don't need to. All right, lower levels of over enchanting carries the risk of losing bonuses on the item. Over enchanting beyond a certain threshold carries the risk of destroying the item and gaining resources back. The horizontal enchantments are situational. Doesn't make the item more powerful, but instead more applicable to different situations. Yeah. So maybe I shouldn't really worry too much about this either. I mean, I think we should just have the same testing dummy. As long as we just do good on the same testing dummy, then we're doing good, great. And then the player just needs to know that they need to switch to force damage instead of holy damage because my monsters are incorporeal. Just yeah, that's up to the player. That's not going to be up to my spreadsheet. The player just needs to know to switch their damage type. And of course their damage would increase if they're using the correct damage type in the correct situation. Um, yeah, because I'm not going to be categorizing every enemy on this. I'm not going to be categorizing the defensive, the defenses of that enemy and like what abilities and like damage types work better on those. I'm not doing that. I'm just trying to make the character better as a character, and then the player needs to know how to play. But the player isn't necessarily going to know the best equipment and ability rotations, and this stuff's kind of hard. And I mean, sure, they might figure out that one defensive stat is better than another in certain situations, but they might not know the exact best ratio of defensive stats, or like the minimum defensive stats that they should have, or something like that. I can try and help people figure that out. Hmm. The horizontal enchantments are pretty interesting. I don't know if I really want to do anything about it, but I might actually, because this is important. I don't know how to really implement it. And I think this is still secondary. I need to do all the other stuff first if I want to afterwards try and make my spreadsheet even better and then include this somehow. Maybe, but also I'm making it before the alpha's even released. I just don't have enough information to do all this. Yeah, I'm moving on. Moving on. Power creep. Developers intend to limit power creep via item sinks. The lack of gear binding and the absence of pay to win limit power creep via item sinks. Power creep. Power creep. What does that mean? Power creep's a common issue in multiplayer games. It occurs when new content or features make old ones obsolete. Okay, and they want to avoid that by the item sinks. It's important to have healthy economy for a healthy economy to have item sinks so that anything can be crafted can also be destroyed. Over enchanting carries the risk of destroying that item, rendering it useless for use temporarily. Why is item sync gonna help prevent power creep? Why is item sync preventing new content being made obsolete? Let's get some music. Players gain items and recipes from deconstructing. Okay. So iron if an item completely becomes decayed, it can still be repaired. But corrupted players can really lose their gear. And when nodes are destroyed or caravans are lost, resources and materials can be destroyed. So this is just the lack of gear binding. I honestly have a hard time wrapping my head around why some of these item sinks make a lot of sense to limit the power creep. No, it doesn't. Power creep only has to do with newly released items being better than oldly released items. So this, on a large scale, is going to limit the power creep of everyone overall. Everyone overall is not going to be able to get as powerful as quickly as they want because of these limitations in place. But that doesn't do anything to stop newly added updates to the game, bringing with them equipment and weapons that are more powerful than old updates. Health. Players that are not in the same party, rated, alliance, or guild will be able to see other players' exact health bars. Oh, will not be able to see. The information will instead be displayed in quarters. Yeah, that's cool. I don't need that's fine. I can move on. I'm just looking for stuff that's gonna help me build that spreadsheet. Mana is a universal energy. You know, I might want to record what the mana costs for things are. All archetypes use mana. Okay. What's the essence? That's just what they called mana. The essence is can be manipulated to create what could be viewed as magic. With varying degrees of strength of mana determine the proximity to the essence. Planes of existence and ashes are connected across bridges created by the essence, referred to as rivers of essence. The higher up you go in these planes, the closer to the source of the essence you really are. And that's where you can see stronger manifestations of the magical aspects of the essence. All right. All right. Stamina damage. There won't be any damage dampening. Oh, really? Augments can change damage types and values. I think I should look into augments then. Shoot. This is a lot. This is actually a lot. I mean, there's 32 augment schools. Goodness gracious. Oh my gosh. There are 32 augment schools, meaning a total of 8,960 different variations of spells. 280 spells? Where'd you get 280 spells from? Design templatable effects. Augments applied to active skills. A character can have one active augment on an ability at any given time. Okay, one at a time. One augment at a time. Augments do not cost skill points. Secondary class augments may be applied to any skill, but it is possible that some specific augments may be locked to specific abilities. Progression system for augments is very similar to... I think I should look into all these progression systems, to be honest. And try and figure out, like, what is the best way to go about doing the progression systems. Like, that's interesting. People would be interested in that. I would be interested in that. All right, let me write it down. A wide array of augment. The augments characters' active skills. What is a death augment? Oh my gosh, what? Classes with cleric as a secondary can choose between life or death augments? Cleric augments will radically change the type of summons available. Zombies. Cleric augments will radically change the type of summons available. So going summoner primary and cleric secondary might be really cool. Wait, do we not normally get zombies? Is the only way I can get zombies is through the death-based augments? As in, the only way I can get zombies is if cleric is my secondary? Do I have to have cleric as my secondary to get zombie summons? I hope not. I hope I'm gonna just have all the zombies. I don't know, just whatever way possible, just all the zombies. Fighter augments, bard augments. Oh, look at this. Summoners with classes with summoner secondary may get augmented skills that summon weapons. But they're not equipable? Oh, it's just like a floating sword in the air that attacks them. Okay. Tank augments increase threat generation. Racial augments. I thought they weren't doing that anymore. Racial augments are based on a character's race and applied to each class. Available to each class. These apply to abilities on a character's primary archetype. They affect how the ability works and can also apply cosmetic effects. Religions have augments. Some of those might be really, really good, I would imagine. Because like, you know, there's like religious nodes, and then there's like warring nodes, and then there's scientific nodes, right? And then there's economic stuff. I think that's it. Progression pass. See, I could see progression pass being something that I should maybe try and include in the spreadsheet, but I also don't know right now if there's enough information available for doing any of this. Yeah, there's not enough information for these augments. Are we even gonna have the ability to have secondary archetypes at all during Alpha 2?
This is the moment.
The Bachelorette is back. And the power
I'm gonna fall in love.
is in Jen's hands.
Definitely not at the beginning. Not at the beginning. Maybe near the end of Alpha 2, but so I'm not even gonna worry about secondary archetype anything as far as my little
Mondays, 8/7 Central on ABC.
spreadsheet's concerned. I don't need to worry about it. I don't think it's gonna be a thing. especially not at the beginning. I just need the spreadsheet at the beginning. I can make changes later. It's just so. Let me just write that down for myself.
Okay, let me try. What's next? Ballroom dancing. I'll lead.
New Supreme 7s. A shot at supreme riches. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning are 1 in 4.18. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
Some people just know safe drivers save
Huh.
money with Allstate. Just like they know that's the mating call of a blue-footed booby. And not a green-footed booby. Yeah, some people know that. And they know if you're a safe driver, you can save up to 40% with Allstate. Ain't that something?
Savings national average premium savings for Allstate customers with a clean driving record versus those without. Savings vary by state and based on how you buy. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
So what are these augment schools? There are 32 augment schools. What is an augment school? When did you... Let me see what Steven said about this. I'm curious.
Okay. Yeah. One of the things that I also kind of bookmark here, you spoke on earlier about the augment system, which actually brings up a question that's been kind of asked, but we in the past
9 months
we haven't
ago.
really had a chance to touch up on it. But you spoke on augments earlier, and I believe currently the plan is for each, or as far as we know it, for each augment to be applicable to any spell. There's a plan, as far as I know, 30 to 40, 35 to 40 skills per archetype, with there being 8 archetypes, which means on the lower end, average 280 base spells across 8 archetypes, 30 meant to augment schools.
You sound like a producer.
I'm counting.
Now, once
essentially-
you've listed all of the tasks, right, of creating those things, now you need to line up the deliverable time and the resources assigned to those tasks, and then you'll have your trifecta of game production.
I'm counting.
With there being 8 archetypes, which means on the lower end, average 280 base spells across 8 archetypes, 30 meant to augment schools.
You sound like a producer.
I'm counting.
Now, once
essentially-
you've listed all of the tasks, right, of creating those things,
List the task of creating.
now you need to line up the deliverable time and the resources assigned to those tasks, and then you'll have your trifecta of game production.
I'm counting. I'm counting
so-
this as your question, and just a note to people.
Yeah.
This is from talents on Discord.
Okay.
If,
Yeah,
if
so
at all you want to write Jira tasks, by the way, for each of those, you're totally welcome to.
Yeah, so how do you guys plan on combat? With the current math, it's around 8,960 spells, and that's just a rough estimate. But how do you guys plan on tackling that, or has the augment system for the classes kind of changed over since design has made changes?
No, they have. It has not changed, and the intent is for us to design relatively templatable effects conferred by each school of augmentation, right? And those effects will have a lot of shared benefits that get conferred to a particular ability when the augment gets applied. In addition, we define in the real the Herculean aspect of that system is on the effect side, but if our strategy when it comes to how we address these augmented abilities from a visual effects perspective is to define the spaces in which those layered effects get accompanied, right? And each of these schools of different types of abilities from these class kits exists within our style guide of color and shape language, and then that reserved space that accompanies the projectile or accompanies the buff or accompanies whatever that type of ability is that's getting augmented, that space will be available for these effects to then accompany it. So it's a very I don't want to say procedural, but it's a templatized approach to how we are giving these bespoke
So,
school effects.
Did he just
as
say
long-
that the spell effect procs first and that the augment procs second. Is that what I'm hearing Steven say? That might be important to know.
To the primary abilities.
Awesome.
Otto, your turn.
Okay. So Ashes of Creation has been described as having a mainly player-driven economy, and we've seen.
Yep. All these augments and stuff. Let's go back. Where was I? This is the stats web page. We looked at the damage. Death by fall is possible. Receiving damage can cause casters to fail. Concentration checks. Okay, cool. Resistances. Different resistances are mitigated by the defensive stats on different types of armor. Certain damage types will be strong or weak against certain enemy types. Yep, of course. So you have to be somewhat smart about who you're bringing where or what abilities to spec. Surely, yeah. Obviously, you'll be able to do the content, but you'll have an easier time with certain contents if you're using a certain spec over others. Magic damage is mitigated by cloth armor. Are we going to see tanks using light armor? Is that going to be a thing in this game? Undeads are weak against holy. Physical damage is mitigated by heavy armor. Different classes of weapons may deal different types of physical damage. We have bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing. I mean, I should put that somewhere in the chart, right? Different classes of weapons. That totally goes somewhere in the chart. So, all right, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Let me think about this.
Going to Carowinds this summer has hit a new high note. The all-new Carowinds Summer Music Fest, amplified by Coke Studio, free with general park admission. Live performances from Brett Young, Carly Pierce, Brantley Gilbert, Lauren Elena, Russell Dickerson, and more. Enjoy rides, live music, and refreshing ice-cold Coca-Cola, your perfect combo. Thrill, chill, and refresh on select Fridays and Saturdays in July and August. Carowinds Summer Music Fest. More
Well, I
info
charge
at
you.
carowinds.com.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
winning.
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
that's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say.
Okay, I still haven't figured out how I'm gonna type in bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing. I mean, I really don't have anything at all on these spreadsheets yet. I'm just trying to figure out how to do it. It took me a lot less time earlier, but I think I'm putting a lot more thought into it now. A couple weeks ago, I figured this out in a couple hours. But I do think I'm putting a lot more thought into it. It's fine. Whatever. It's fun to do. Alright. Yeah, I definitely didn't include anything as specific as bludgeoning, slashing, or piercing when I made up a quick little thing. Equipment. Yes, that's a lot there. Best in slot weapons and damage type and progression and augments. Players will be able to counter resistances with resistant penetration stats. Monsters will also have certain type of resistances based on its type. See, spell concentrations. Concentration will be a primary stat for spellcasters. Caravan stats. Nope, skip. I don't know. Maybe different classes may deal different types of physical damage. Where do I put this? Where do I put it? It's not so bad. It's not so bad. Is it stabbing? Piercing. Stabbing damage. Piercing. Well, it's a start. Let's change the size to, what do we say, 24? I also want to include text wrap. There we go. Wrap. This is what it does me like? After all that, you're still gonna look that terrible for me? You can't, like, look better than that for me? Oh my gosh, did I just lose all my... How did it disappear? What did I do wrong? Come back. Waterfall refers to, like, is it dexterity, primary? What's the primary stat? The waterfall stat's the primary stat. Where'd it go? Damage. Damage. All right, let's watch these videos.
Could just scream.
Oh.
Sorry.
Well, over here is the weaponsmithing station.
All right, cool. I was looking at this a little bit earlier. Whoops, I turned off my UI. All right, what do we have?
Well, I hear the artisanship team hooked you up with the ability to make a blood sword.
Oh, do I have materials? Oh, I do have some materials. What should we do? Oh, the Sandals of Holding bag. It's like infinite space.
The Sandals of Holding.
That is a GM bag. Okay, so I do have some materials. What do we want to do with this material?
Do you want a blood sword or not?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Do I want a blood sword? Is a blood sword good? Is it better than what I already have? Where is the blood sword? Crystallized blood sword. Okay, I see.
It's gonna be a pretty spicy sword.
Spicy
Okay,
sword.
Very cool. Yeah, let's try this.
It's physical accuracy
So I already
rating.
have the materials for it.
How do I quantify accuracy rating for a sword? What?
Hold on, it says I can't.
What does that do?
Yes, you gotta add your.
Why would a
bolts.
sword have an accuracy rating?
What's that?
I have selected my iron weapon mold, and I am using that mold and crafting.
Huh.
Oh, I do have a crystal blood sword now.
Okay, so I also need to like have a little like weapons, physical, whatever. What do you,
TDS Fiber
what,
Internet and TV,
I don't-
every night is premiere night. From
I
belly
like-
laughing sitcoms to edge of your seat thrillers, TDS brings you closer to those who matter most.
that?
Be it friends, family,
And-
or the occasional furry companion. Try TDS Fiber Internet and TV worry-free with our
Physical
30-day money-back
accuracy
guarantee and no
rating.
contract. Let the good times roll at
Okay.
tdstelecom.com/binge.
What was it, lifesteal?
Internet speeds are up to and not guaranteed. Subject to availability. Terms and conditions apply.
And then we're gonna have over here like these text wrap. Everything should be wrapping.
The same kind that goes into every can of Dale's Pale Ale and Dale's Light Lager.
Okay, everything should be wrapping.
Sold to haphazardly hack the legs off their favorite
And
jeans.
that looks terrible.
We give you the Denim Dale's 15 pack.
Guys,
Look for the beer in the blue jean box.
why you gotta look so bad
seize the
for
day.
me? Where'd you go? Why do things disappear? Oh, there it is.
Take a deep breath. Hear the CLT
Goodness
airport
gracious.
construction noise. And
And the physical accuracy rating, we would do something like
lobby with extra space for security lanes, ticketing, baggage claim, and pre-security concessions.
it would be cool if someone wanted to use this and you could have a
CLT Airport is plugging away at our terminal lobby expansion. So find your zen, plan ahead,
insert
follow signage, or ask
your
Learn more at
But-
CLT Airport.
That is incorrect. Equals sum of t to t or something. All right, T1 to T30 or something. Yeah. And you still can't. Circular dependency to resolve with iterative calculation. See file setting. Recalculation on interact determines whether formulas. I don't know about this. Let's learn about this for a second. Set a spreadsheet's location and calculation settings. You can change a spreadsheet's local time zone. So that should not matter for what I'm doing. Okay, well, there we go. That worked, I guess. I'll just put it here as total.
I shall rule with a mighty fist. Let me equip this. Well, do I actually have? Oh, I do have it. Oh, okay, that's pretty sweet. I like that. Oh, it looks great. Very cool. All right, so now that we have constructed this building, there are also a number of upgrade paths that players can
Upgrade
utilize
paths.
to specialize the building further. We previewed that in the tech tree for the building, and each building comes with that sort of customizable path of upgrades that are possible, and those continue to give the node a higher specialization, which makes it relevant for player traffic.
Right, and the idea with that too is no one node can do anything, right? So it kind of is leaning into this idea that you need to travel your goods around the world and go to a lot of places to do a lot of things, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. This is a beautiful, I mean, gosh, this is just...
Okay, I think that's all the information it gives us for there. There was another link. This one, let's see what it says.
We have a kind of related question to crafting about advanced weapons. When I was at PAX West in 2017, Jeffrey said that advanced weapons could have up to 5 weapon abilities, and I'm wondering if that's still part of the game design, and also if that QTE is still associated with the combat that we saw there.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So the weapon abilities are essentially dependent on the class of weapon and the grade of weapon. So as players spec into these different
Class of weapon
right,
and the
whether they be
grade of
blunt or
what
slashing or
the
piercing, right,
abilities are
those types of
dependent
things,
on the
you're
grade of
going
the
to
weapon.
have related options to spec into with your skill points what can proc off of these weapon attacks. The quick time event is no longer associated with that. There's a few new combat prototypes that are going to be vetted in the next few rounds of Alpha 1, and I will stress that these new combat revamps are just the early stages of different directions for combat. So you're not, people who are watching, you should not expect to see a new completed final form of combat for Alpha 1. These are the different directions we're taking. We're internally vetting some of these prototypes, and we'll be incorporating them for the March playtest. But yes, the combat skills, the weapon skills, are still a plan for the combat system.
Combat
I
skills,
think they're an
weapon
important
skills,
parity between your active skill selection, right? Because the intention is to
weapon
synergize with those active
skills.
skills.
Okay.
And, it's obvious it is an RNG element of combat to speak, right? Whereas
So under my abilities, I would also want to include weapon skills.
But whenever you have just plain old skill associated with this,
Let's change ability rename to abilities and skills.
Combat, it can become again a little monotonous, and you do want to incorporate some opportunity for RNG, and a way you do that is through these types of proct effects and how they might be impactful and amplify your skill related condition modifiers if they synergize with the condition effect from the weapon proc.
So are these something that enchanters put on the weapons, or are
these are things that you so for example, I don't know if you've seen some of the UI images out of Alpha 1, but you have a skill window, and the skill window has passives on one side, active skills on the other side, and then weapon skills. So these are trees you're speccing into, and when you have that weapon group equipped, that's going to be
What else was over here? Nope. White House. Whatever. Spell constant care instant. We've looked through this multiple times. All right. I looked at stats. Derived from primary attributes. I should define these primary attributes, maybe. I mean, it says so right here. The whole. What's that do? Waterfall stat system. Concentration would be for spellcasters. Constitution, health regen, physical disable evasion. What's that? I can't click it. So I have no idea what this does. Physical disable evasion. This is Just stats. It says, where is it? Concentration will be a stat for spellcaster, but it doesn't list concentration as a stat. Does this wisdom thing, does this disable the accuracy of your enemies when you hit them with wisdom spells? There's so many questions that are unanswered. Mm-hmm.
Spin your passion into a business with Shopify and break sales records with the world's best converting checkout. Let's hear that one more time. The world's best converting checkout. Shopify's legendary checkout makes it easier for customers to shop on your website, across social media, and everywhere in between. Now that's music to your ears. Any way you spin it, you can be a smash hit with Shopify. Start your $1 a month trial today at Shopify.
Why does none of this look decent? It all looks so bad.
Some people just know safe drivers save more with Allstate. Just like they know.
Alright, and then grab.
That's the mating call.
No, I don't even grab that. Just delete that.
And not a green-footed booby. Yeah, some people know that. And they know if you're a safe driver, you can save up to 40% with Allstate. Ain't that something?
Based on the national average premium savings for Allstate customers with a clean driving record versus those without. Savings vary by state and based on how you buy. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn cashback match. See terms
All
at
right.
discover.com/credit card.
I think I'm about ready to just hone in and decide this is what I'm going to work on. But is there anything else I missed that's like easy enough to make in a spreadsheet before Alpha 2 is even released? Abilities and skills. Should I make another one for status effects? Is that worthwhile? What status effects do I know about? That's not how you spell it. STAT status effects. Stat effects and ashes include buffs and debuffs applied to players or creatures. Certain status effects will stack to increase the longevity of the effect, but there are diminishing returns on certain conditions to avoid situations such as stun locking.
What's your reflection?
Oh, there are diminishing returns and max stat counts. Okay, so teams should work together not to overly use certain status effects. They should have multiple status effects going, probably. Status effects offer synergies with class skills. Passive skills. Can you explain a bit more about the staggering? No, come on. Oh, list of status effects. There are a few. Weapon combo system. This is the main area. I'm going to be looking at this, but weapon combo system. Weapon combo system, blah, 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 is utilized instead of a traditional auto attack ability. The combo system consists of a sequence of combat animations based on the weapon type. Combos are triggered by performing basic weapon attacks. Okay, so you don't just have the same basic attack. You have like a little combo, like a several.
So if you actually do your weapon combo in place here, we can see it. We can see whenever you get, so you got a stab hit there. Whenever you get stab hits on the third and the fourth hit, those are actually procs. So if you connect with the second hit of that proc hit, you'll receive the additional effects. But you actually have to connect with a monster or player to receive.
Depending on class skill choice, these effects will have synergy within that combat montage with progression.
What's your reflection? Find your direction. What's your reflection? Find your direction. What's your reflection? Find your direction. What's your reflection? Find your direction.
So I think what this means is that you don't want to just use an ability, then use an auto attack, then use another ability, then use an auto attack, and use another ability and use an auto attack. I think you want to like use several auto attacks in a row. And then you use your abilities, and then you use several auto attacks in a row. And you keep up like some special proc that happens from your auto attacks. Like, how good are the procs that are coming off of these weapon combos? So you have to combo with the real. You just lie attack after another, and then that will trigger the. Is that just for the greatsword though? Like we just watched in this little video?
The effect.
Because when you're doing your ability rotations, I mean, I was probably just going to assume that you should do like a light attack in between every ability. That's probably just what I assumed you should do. But maybe we don't want to do ability rotations like that. Maybe we want to initially I have to remember that. That's important. Combos are triggered by performing basic weapons. How powerful are these combos? Like, is this mostly just relevant for melee classes? I mean, that could make sense.
Spotifyers, click or tap the banner to listen to songs to sing in the car. Sing along and enjoy the drive. Brought to you by the hit movie If, now streaming on Paramount Plus.
Some people just know safe drivers save
So
money.
when you start out, you got a pretty quick 4-hit combo.
That's the mating call of a blue-footed booby. And not a green-footed booby. Yeah, some people know that. And they know if you're a safe driver, you can save up to 40% with Allstate. Ain't that something?
So possibly up to a 6-hit combo.
Savings vary by state and based on how you buy. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
It just takes a sip. The day is brighter, the sun feels sunnier, the music gets louder. The vibes get, summerier? Well, wherever you're headed, one ice-cold sip of any Starbucks summer drink, and you're on summertime. Order on the app today.
My mother told me someday I would buy gaze with good odds, sail through distant shores, stand up on a prow, noble bark I steer, steady coast to the haven, hew many foemen, hew many foemen. My mother told me someday I would buy gaze with good odds, sail through distant shores, stand up on a prow, noble bark I steer, steady coast to the haven, hew many foemen, hew many foemen.
Oh, this thing's the wrong size too. 24. 4. Okay. See, because using a skill will reset the combo. Yeah, how would that work? Sure, we're letting players make choices to may not mix well, so that's okay. There's gonna be something for each arch that's present. Really? So there's like a mage skill in the bow tree. Ships receive status effects. Interesting. Synergies. And when they're creating the type of rotation with their abilities, they're going to want to emphasize those interactions to amplify or promote a particular type of status condition. Okay, so that's just that's what Steven said. So that's how you, that's important for your ability rotation. So he's saying right there that your ability to rotation should include emphasis on interactions, emphasis on the synergies from with like working with other characters, the synergy, like synergies apply skills from other characters. So is that like if I use fire and my teammate uses lightning, it creates like some fire lightning combination that's good? This is kind of a big deal right here. Honestly, this is pretty impactful. Especially when I'm trying to figure out what ability rotations are. When you think about the intent of the design is that players are servicing themselves from a solo perspective when they want to go out and solo grind and solo experience and fulfill the quests. But when they come together to form a party, that the interconnectivity between those class synergies with these keyword promotions and or effects, and there's a way to execute on that is successful and is effective, or a way that's not. And that's the skill ceiling / skill cap that requires interaction and co-op and synchronization between, because there are limited time windows in which the keywords can get emphasized or executed upon when utilizing the ability. Okay, so there is a different optimal setup when you're trying to do group content versus when you're doing solo content, first of all. So let's just know that there's a distinguishment between the yeah, the group synergy is cool. I'd love to learn more about. Trying to figure out how to have good ability rotations that include group synergy. But this place to start from originally is definitely going to be just the solo experience. Just the solo. Are you doing good stuff solo? And then after. So I'm not going to focus on the group stuff right now. But I am worried about solo status effect. Best in slot solo status effect. So I don't have numbers on this stuff. I just have. Yeah, I gain 30% increased magical power. Sounds awesome. A rune of magic, so it makes you non-mobile, and it only lasts 10 seconds. It costs 30 mana, and it's got a 60-second cooldown.
Hims offers oral or topical treatment options so you can find what works best for you. Get started with a free 100% online visit at hims.com/grow. Results vary based on studies of topical.
And this is a status effect? Does it? Oh shoot, does this give 30% increased magical power to everyone that's standing on it? Can I share my 30% increased damage with everyone in the group? Then someone in the group needs to keep it going. Yeah, so maybe that's like an ability going on your bar, but it's not in your regular rotation. You just know you need to throw it in whenever there's not an arcane might on the ground below you in your group. You know, one of those mages needs to just use it in their rotation. Just have it, but don't really use it until you need it, because it's a 60-second cooldown. But maybe if there's 6 You know, if there were 6 people that had this ability, they should be able to. Well, if there were 7, then if there were 7, they should be able to keep it up all the time. If there's 6 and everyone's just using it when it's not, you know, necessarily below their feet, then there's going to be some overlap unless you really plan on, okay, who's got what churn, you know. I bet we're going to hear Magic people talk about this ability a lot. They're going to have to min-max this uptime a lot. 30%? Surely that's a huge number. List of status effects. See, so I kind of want to... All abilities and skills. This is a ability. It costs mana. This is a ability. Right? What's calling it a status effect? I just... And this is the only ability that applies bleed? Like there's no other way to apply bleed. I mean, I guess use it if you're a ranger. I guess you should just go ahead and use it, but the whole description for bleeding is that it deals damage over time. This is number 1. This is the number 1 reference. Are you kidding? In all of Ashes, this is at reference number 1. Finally found it. Finally found the number 1 reference, and it's a ranger skill. It's, so I do need to look into the skill. Yeah, I need to declare an impact from 0 to 1. I need to declare 0 to 1 how impactful this skill is. And the most impactful skills I will try to put into the ability rotations originally. And then I'll just have to parse on a dummy 100 times and figure out if I still want it in the rotation or in what order of rotation it should be in, etc. Mhm. Oh, there is so much information on this page. Combat abilities, crowd control breaks. Well, that sounds very important. You definitely want one of those, right? Even though that doesn't increase your DPS or something, it just the utility is amazing. You want one of these on your bar, right? Why does the fighter get 4? Why does the fighter get 4 of these crowd control breaks? Wow. Fighters are going to be kind of scary. They're going to have be able to apply so much pressure. Prone will not be in the game. Crouching may or may not. Moving backwards will likely not affect block and parry. Player movement speed during combat is balanced for PvE. Equipment, ability rotation. Best in slot weapons, damage type, progression augments. Now, where's the fighter? Okay. I mean, it's DPS class. It's definitely a DPS class, right? So I think it might be interesting to kind of just look at that. It might be a little bit easier to. It's definitely different than looking at healer or tank stats. Trying to find best in slot healer or tank stuff.
Going to Carowinds this summer has hit a new high note. The all-new Carowinds Summer Music Fest, amplified by Coke Studio, free with general park admission. Live performances from Sugar Ray, Better Than Ezra, Skillet, Tonic, Toby Mac, and more. Enjoy rides, live music, and refreshing ice-cold Coca-Cola, your perfect combo. Thrill, chill, and refresh on select Fridays and Saturdays in July and August. Carowinds Summer Music Fest. More info at carowinds.com.
Want thicker, fuller hair without going to the pharmacy? Hims makes treating hair loss simple with clinically proven ingredients like finasteride and minoxidil that can regrow hair in as little as 3 to 6 months. Hims offers oral or topical treatment options so you can find what works best for you. Get started with a free 100% online visit at hims.com/grow. Results vary based on studies of topical and oral minoxidil. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information.
Enjoy your summer even more by switching to Total by Verizon. Now you can get
Fireball and Firebolt have the exact same description. Let's look at these a little bit closer. So is there anything here that helps me figure out which is the better ability of these two, even though they have the same description? Mana 15, cooldown 12, range 30. Mana 10, cooldown 12, range 30. Charges 3, use 0.7 seconds. I mean, the only difference is 5 mana. Firebolt, look at that. Yeah, look at that right there. Firebolt, Fireball. These are the same except for the mana. So how much does 5 mana make me? What would I want to grade this as a ability? Like, how would I grade this ability? Should I just make up a number and just kind of just look at it closely and just say, this is my gut feeling, it's this number, so that number? Or I can go and I can even grade every ability and probably make some mistakes along the way, but I'll have a better idea of, after I go through every ability, I have a better idea of how I should grade them. And then I could just go through and grade them a second time, see if I want to make any little changes. I could do it like that. It would give me a starting place. Or I can try and say, okay, well, 10, I could really come up with a calculation and put in each of these stats into the Yeah, I don't want to do all that. I would much rather just go through the list twice and take a guess. To be honest, I think that's good enough for now. I really do think, and I don't know if everything's gonna, but this is very detailed. They gave me, the actual in-game ability right here, and it gives me like percentages of their damage and stuff. I don't see anything saying that this will change when the character levels up. I'm not worried about the secondary archetypes and the augments and stuff right now, because I don't know how to quantify all that right now. Yeah, I might just go through all the skills and just hopefully I'll just declare them to be a certain thing. And hopefully I'm not wrong. I mean, I should include the name. I definitely should include the name over in the all abilities and skills. I'll include the name. It's really nothing but a copy and paste for the description, so I could do that. Impact of this, yeah, but then that. When you start to say, okay, well this is the base ability, Firebolt, 10 mana. That's the base ability. But then there's augments. But then there's upgrade pass. But then there's this, but then there's that. So I think I'll do like this. Like that's kind of all I'm gonna. Dude, but how much of a difference is 5 mana? What do I care whether I don't have a good reference of mine to say, okay, well 10 mana is expensive, or to say 100 mana is not expensive. I'm not really sure. Yeah, maybe I should have a mana. And maybe I should say ability name and then description and then mana, right? Mana. And another one below. Say cooldown. I think that 0.7 second use, I think that's like a casting time for mages. So if I go and look at another skill that isn't a mage skill. Oh, this still has a cast time. Has 0 cast time. It just happens when you click it. The wall. See, I'll include the cooldown. That's fine. No, I don't have to record that, right? I can just look at that and decide.
Gather your besties, it's binge watching time. With TDS Fiber Internet and TV, every night is premiere night. From belly laughing sitcoms to edge of your seat thrillers, TDS brings you
Maybe I should do like Fireball.
be it friends, family, or the occasional furry companion. Try TDS Fiber Internet and TV worry-free with
Maybe I should put a link to it.
and no contract. Let the good times roll at tdstelecom.com/binge. Internet speeds are up to and not guaranteed. Subject to availability. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
That's a great idea. Put a link to it. That would make it way easier to go back to this later on and make changes as needed.
The more rainbows we puke, the more oranges
I should
we
put a link to it.
empathize, the more oranges we anthropomorphize.
Should I just have that be its own?
The more deer we become, the more friends we find. The more friends we find, the more our friends find us.
I'm fine with that.
The more our friends find us,
Put a link.
the more love we feel. The more love we feel, the more love we give.
You know, if I have a link, I might not care about this, to be honest.
Big stereo sound and deep bass gives people the music they can feel. Whether you're at a chill hang or an all-out bash, when you drop your playlist, the party is on. Bose
But then I still want that little impact value, whatever. And applying burning for 75% fire damage. Burning deals fire damage every second, lasts 8 seconds. Burning does a lot. Burning does way more than the firebolt itself. But I don't want it to look like this. I don't want the spreadsheet to actually look like this. I want it to yeah, I want these to be on the top row. That's what I want. I'll just make a new one. It's fine. Why? Why? No. Okay. There's surely an easier way to do this. I mean, to take a vertical couple of things and to make them be a horizontal. Why in the world does it pace like that? Well, yo, why? Okay, I don't want that then. Let me just count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to G. And then I paste. And then all this stuff I delete. And there you have nothing useful. Crud. Huh. Alright, whatever. Ability name, link, description. No, come on. Come on. You don't have to be like. It's fine. Ability name, description, impact value of ability. Passives. Let me go back. Passives.
We take control.
Burning. Well, it's passives. And then that's going to be passive description. Or that could be just burning and then the whole description, or like burning probably works in this game the same across any and every ability. So if I just wanted to say passives and the passive is burning, I don't have to put the description of what burning is. You know? And I got the link right there if someone wants to click on it. What is this elemental empowerment thing? The skill? It's an icon, it's a skill. Whenever you cast a elemental spell, your weapon combo finishers apply a stack of the stuff targets his based on your current empowered element. Casting a spell of another element and changes your applies a stack. So it doubles it doubles how fast I apply my stacks of elements and elemental stacks. Right, but it has a cooldown of 1 second. Whenever you cast and it does it only apply for the next attack, or does it apply for like 10 seconds or something? Will remove your current elemental empowerment. Casting a spell of another changes your current one. Activating this will remove your current one.
As you've been casting abilities here, you'll notice that the effects on your weapon are swapping back and forth between different elemental effects. That's signifying that your elemental empowerment status is swapping back and forth, and we've updated elemental empowerment. Now, whenever you finish a combo, it applies the appropriate status effect to the elemental empowerment.
What's the icon? I don't see that icon in there.
As you've been casting abilities here, you'll notice that the effects on your weapon are swapping back and forth between different elemental effects.
I do not notice. All right. I'm not going to worry about it right now. Yeah. So passive, and I'll just put burning. That's fine. Should I put like passive slash status effect? Should I do another thing? Like, right? Because if I have like, I don't know. I mean, the status could be like taunt or something. Or maybe the passive is taunt. Do the abilities have... Do I even need this? Oh wait, I haven't seen a ability exactly yet that I know uses status effects. Yes I have. Oh yes I have. The bleeding one? Here, where... It's right here. Bleeding. See, if I wanted to put this skill in there. Oh, origin? Maybe I should do that. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea to have in here. Ability name. Origin. And the origin could be like weapon, or it could be like class. Could be like augment. I don't know. Origin. It's a firebolt origin. This one is a mage Does it need it? It is included. It is happening. It is not part of the. It is a secondary effect. I think I should list it. Do you think so? So Sass effect is actually burning. And this is getting deleted. And augments. I'm not using that either. And freaking no text rotation. Is that really what I need to do? Is have the whole freak? No. This needs to be wider.
Cop out. And bye.
You don't take yada yada in life. Don't take yada yada from your wireless provider. Get iPhone 12 with 5G with no
Yeah, they can organize it by origin if they want. I'm not making it hard for them to organize it by origin.
Hiya, pal. Let's take a moment to just be, to let a little magic in. Unclench your jaw. Relax your shoulders. In and out. Where did that moment take you? Someplace magical, I hope? Find your moment, like this one and more, at Walt Disney World Resort.
Gather your besties, it's binge watching time. With TDS Fiber Internet and TV, every night is premiere night. From belly-laughing sitcoms to edge-of-your-seat thrillers, TDS brings you closer to those who matter most, be it friends, family, or the occasional furry companion. Try TDS Fiber Internet and TV worry-free with our 30-day money-back guarantee and no contract. Let the good times roll at tdstelecom.com/binge. Internet speeds are subject to availability. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
All right, I'm not too worried about. Yeah, let's delete this column. Column. Delete column. And that's all the information I need at the top, I think. I do want to freeze that row. How do we freeze the rows? How do I do that? View, freeze. Top row. There we go. All right, exit that. Hold on. So, still got status effects. I want to put them in there too. Status effects aren't abilities, but there's many abilities that have the status effect. Do I make a sheet specifically for status effects? Should I do that? There wouldn't be much on it. I would just, I mean, really, because I only know what's on this website, really. Like, I'm trusting that they did most of their stuff for me. I could look at videos and I can check the YouTube. I don't mind doing that for some of the stuff, but what am I saying? So I just mean, should I make it a sheet for status effects? If I did node luck as a buff that's applied to the woman, I don't really want to worry about that one. But staggered, okay, this is an important spell effect, and then I can link to here. How many references do I need to put? Should I really be bothered about referencing my cells? When in a stagger state, the physical abilities are muted or inaccessible. So let's read this. Special chains target area that stagger enemies within or stun enemies already under the stagger effect, then leave behind an area that deals radiant damage. So by stagger, you mean you This is
talk
also
about a
reference
few
number 1.
cleric questions, and you already answered one of them that was on this list. So first, can you explain a little bit more about the staggering and how status effects stagger and stun and that whole interaction works?
I can. I need to plug my headset in.
Yeah, so I can listen to this, and then I can just give like an impact value for the status effect. But then if I was gonna do something over here that's like the ABILI ability impact times, I don't know what numbers should I use here. Should I use like times 0.5 of and then reference the cell, reference cells. This is good to apply a additional impact So the status effect should have some kind of impact value. Yes, some statuses are more effective than other statuses. Absolutely true. Some status effects are good for damage. Some status effects are good for crowd control. Some status effects are good for other things, but and I might not have to regrade these status effects for like solo content versus group content.
Can you feel the bass? Can you feel the rush? Surrender to the beat. Dance with me.
So just say a billion times. Stats effect value or something. Why would I do 0.5 time? But why would I directly? What math should I be using here?
Dance with me.
Should I just say plus? Is that good enough? Well, they call them skill instead of ability.
Can you feel the rush? Surrender to the beat. Dance with me.
Call it skill. Skills. I don't know. Just skills. Here's the skills. Skill impact plus status impact value. You could just add it together, right? I mean, that might be safer to start it with just a simple addition thing. Instead of saying trying to multiply it by a... Yeah, no, that was too much. That 0.5 was way too much earlier.
After you work out, you can feel worn out. Reach for Core Power and recover with 26 grams of protein to build muscle. Champion your recovery with Core Power. Proud partner of Team USA. Visit corepower.com.
Yeah, I'm not at all against assigning impact value to a status. But do I need to apply the status impact value to the skill? Or do I just keep that stuff separate?
So you don't break a sweat or break the bank. Order now in store and on the Dunkin' app. Charlotte runs on Dunkin' iced coffee.
If your small business is booming and ready to expand, you might say something like,
It's happening!
Booyah! Crushed it. But if you need someone who can actually help protect your growing business, just say, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Let's just make status things like their own sheet down here.
Insurance needs, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Yeah, but the status is all the statuses. They have skills that inflict the status. And so if the skill is inflicting the status, I should mention the skill and the status. And if I'm going to be mentioning the status that goes along with the skill, why don't I just go ahead and like give the status a rating right there?
La maestra ci faceva cantare, ma io non riuscivo perché non capivo le parole.
Status effect. And this would be like status impact. And this way too big. Change the plan though. Let's have everything pushed to the left. And then that means this can move one more over and be made larger. Larger. There we go. It doesn't have text wrap. Why does text wrap get turned off sometimes? All right. I don't know. What is this impact value of burning? Music about here. Burning. Right, but what's it do? It doesn't really say. It just kind of it applies burning. I don't. What does burning really do? To based on the current impact. Burning. Here we go. Deals fire damage every second. Lasts 8 seconds. How much fire damage? How much burning fire damage? I would think a 2, a 0.2 is probably fine here. Okay, 0.2. That's fine, right? And then I don't. 5 might be too much, and now I have a 0.6. You know, this is just that plus that, right? And then how do I do this? Equals sum of a series or numbers of cells, sum of this plus this. But that's not just that. That is E2G2, like that. Is that right? I don't know, like 2 and 1s. Yeah, but then we can just throw this down here. Okay. Yeah, and look, it summed. It did E3 and G3 and 0.4 and 0.4 is 0.8 and cool. I mean, that works. Totally works. Did it. All right. Is that cool? Does the fire bell seem like something worth 0.6 impact? These are made up numbers for now. Definitely are. burning here. On total applied burns. So we are going to make that description thing much larger. We are going to make this whole page left aligned, center aligned, text wrap. There, it works. 5 minutes, haven't touched some weapons.
Barilla Protein Plus pasta
Nothing really
is an easy and
happening
tasty way
here.
to fuel your active life. It's the pasta you love with a good source of protein. Barilla Protein Plus pasta. The pasta taste you love with the energy you want.
Like that.
Tap the banner to learn more.
Ability rotation.
Celebrate July 4th with savings at Lowe's. For a limited time, save on the essentials you need to make your garden pop for summer, like Miracle Grow 25 quart pop.
Left aligned, center aligned, text wrap. Make this way bigger. Cool. Cool, cool, cool.
Because Lowe's knows summer savings. Valid through 7/10. Miracle Grow excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Applying savings vary based on purchase amount. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details. While supplies last.
Staggered. So staggered does when in a staggered state, it does that. So the target's physical abilities are either muted or inaccessible. That sounds strong. I'm gonna say that's like better than a 2. That's like a 3. I don't know. That's why I'm gonna have to go through all this more than once.
Apologies. Yes. So staggering is a type of status condition that can be applied through certain skills. And the type of synergy systems we're going for is that certain archetypes and class kits will have access to a number of what we call first tier status conditions. Those types of status conditions are general status conditions that can be applied across a host of skills and a number of different archetypes and class kits.
And he's already
and
talking
they
about
can
synergy.
progress when synergized with other types of status conditions or abilities to tier 2 level status effects. And so, for example, you saw that one of the abilities that the cleric has at level 15 is the chains of restraint. And when the chains of restraint lays down that AoE, of course, it ticks for damage over time, but it also applies the stagger condition. However, if the target was already subject to the staggered condition, then it gets promoted to a stunned condition. Now, the difference between staggered and stun, in a staggered state, the creature may not use abilities. They can do basic attack functions. They can
No
cast spells if they
abilities.
had access to spells, but their physical abilities would be
Oh,
muted
just
or would be
physical
essentially
abilities.
inaccessible during the staggered effect. Now, a stun condition obviously is a more amplified status condition where you cannot take any actions.
So
And
stun
so
is
the
much
fighter's
worse.
ability, Whirlwind, had a staggered application available to it. So when the cleric chooses to use its chains of restraint ability, if they use it after the fighter applies their staggered condition, then the change will force a stun effect.
All right. And then folks are wondering, will those stuns work on all enemy types, or will there be ones that will be specific to certain types of animal or creatures? I don't know why I said animals.
Generally, status conditions will apply to all creature and player types. There are, of course, some creatures such as bosses and/or raid bosses that have very high resistances or cannot be affected by certain status conditions. In that case, obviously, those status effects will not apply, but the rest of the skills ability will, like the damage.
And a follow up to that, will those things stack? So if I'm, a fighter and I put certain effect on something and someone else is also a fighter and puts that effect on, do those things now stack?
It depends. There's unique rules with regards to stacking based on the type of status condition. So in the event that the status condition may not stack, we have certain stacking rules that might increase the longevity of the status condition with the second application. But it's important to note that we do have the concept of diminishing returns, and that certain types of status conditions share certain diminishing return groupings, so that obviously a character can't be like stun locked or silence locked, or
Can't be stun
just a
locked. Okay.
particular type of status condition lock.
All right. And then Dale Splight would like to know, can you cast in movement or do you have to stand still? And I saw quite a few people mentioning this.
Most abilities you'll find in Ashes of Creation are capable of being cast while moving.
You can cast while moving.
Some of those
Okay.
abilities might slow your movement.
All right. So stagger, that it does nothing really useful against magical enemies. A stun would be much worse than a stagger. Um, 0.3 and 0.2. I don't know, man. Maybe that's too much. How much damage does that burning really do, though? I'm going to change that 0.2 to a 0.15. I'm going to change this stagger from a 0.3 to a 0.25. Is that okay? Maybe I should do like a 0.33. I could see either. Let's just put it at 0.3. 0.3 is okay for a stagger. Sure. Maybe it isn't. 0.25. Yeah, I don't think I should just be doing an additive amount. Should I just add? Probably not. Probably not. This is solo. Everything I'm considering is just for solo. I don't really need to be thinking about group synergy here. This is just for solo. Should I just straight add it? We're going to keep adding it for now. If I have to change it later, then so be it. Just keep adding it for now. Oop, caps lock. Okay, oh. That's cool. I mean, I think that's like a solid. That's even more than like can place beneath you while standing within. If other no, I'm not doing group synergy right now. I'm only doing solo. Only doing solo. It has a 1 second cast time. 9.9 second cast time, and it only lasts for 10 seconds. It might be a very small place to stand on, or it might be like you can move 5 meters within. Does it tell me how big it is? No. The air around you ripples with arcane power. That's got to be pretty good, right? Maybe I could do a 3.5 on this. %30 increase. That's all right. Bleeding is the next one. Deals damage over time. That's all it tells me. That's all it tells me. Just it's a dot. That's all it tells me. I don't think that's much at all. But you know what? Maybe it's on par with the burning. Chilled. I actually think this is going to be pretty good. Slowed. It slows. And with 5 more, you gain the freeze. So it can. A chilled can progress into a hard stun, into a freeze. It's frozen status. Okay. So frozen is a different status than chilled, but chilled progresses into I mean, chilled. There. I think this is pretty good. I do. I think this is pretty solid. Is it better than a stagger? If you stagger a staggered person, does that always end up in a stun, or is that just for that one ability that Steven was talking about a moment ago? That's just for that one ability. That's not all staggers. So chilled is worth more than a 0.25 in my opinion. Is this actually like a 0.4? Really? Is that really good? And then this is like, what gives this a 0.3? 0.33? I don't. Then what is the frozen? Well, frozen is great, but you're never going to just immediately freeze someone. I don't know. All right, 0.33. That's where we're at for now for chilled. Conflagrated. What does that mean? Conflagration. What does that mean? Hitting a conflagrated enemy with a lightning spell causes fusion, dealing significant damage and removing the conflagrated effect. Catalytic after a standard wand hit. Conflagrate volatile. I don't know. I don't know. Conflagrated. He's like, what does it do? I'm not sure if I can even. And okay, but as for what that's worth, I don't think it's worth that much. I'll give it a 2. Why not? That's still a lot. If I'm giving fire that much, I can give I maybe I should just give it the same as those. 0.15. Okay. Conflagrated. 0.15. Elemental status effects. There are elements, each with their own resistances. Other elemental influences may include dark, light, and planar. The airstrike ability has a nature-based root. This game's so big. The mage archetype offers 4 elemental schools as augments. Elements may have more influence in certain seasons and weather conditions. That's cool. There may be ley lines that change the way spells work. That is really cool. And these are the elemental status effects. So I don't need to include this. I don't need. Okay, next one is Frozen. Frozen's good. Nothing's gonna just immediately freeze stuff, is it? No. Shattered is a reaction. A reaction. Um. How long does the freeze last for? I think that's strong. Remember, chilled is a 3/3. Chilled isn't a 3/3, is it? Chilled might be a 2/5. It's probably not quite a 2. Chill's like a 2, but the frozen thing is like a 3/5 or something. That frozen's pretty good. Just 0.33. How did I get that? I can do that. I don't know. But nothing just immediately freezes. It's all like frozen and then it leads to freezing. Yeah. All right. Fusion. Type of status. Hello. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know what you are. Moving on. Humiliated is a status effect. Damage dealt reduced by 15% towards targets other than the applier of the effect. Oh, it's a taunt. No, the taunt target enemy generating threat equal to your max health and applying the humiliation effect, which damage dealt reduced by 15%. Well, that's actually fantastic. So, dang it. I mean, the taunt's a big deal, but this is still great. Humiliated and does that, and um about a 0.25. Is that fair? 0.25. Incapacitated is a type of status effect. Incapacitated cannot move or act. The effect breaks on damage taken. Oh, okay. Cannot move or act. Effects breaks on damage taken. That's pretty good. Isn't it good? I don't know how is that worth like that's useless on a single target boss. Unless you want to do it and then like use a health potion or something and then go back to fighting. And I just it's cool. It's probably great for several mobs, but it's not good for just a single target solo kind of. I don't know, that could be great for PvP though too. It's just you 10 seconds you that person, you don't have to worry about them, and then that could be really good, but that could also be kind of not good. I don't know. Should I do a 0.25? How is taunt going to work for PvP? I'm not too concerned about it. It's a small thing. Marked. All right. I need to take a little break. I'll probably finish up these status effects. I don't know if I'll really get into all the skills today. I could do that some other time. There's a lot of skills. Okay. I'll be right back. Give me a minute. Well, couple of minutes. Oh, and I am curious. Who watches streaming on Ashes? I'm going to check this right before I leave. I thought it said there's like 50 some people watching. There's only 2 people watching anyways. Everyone's asleep, huh? Okay. All right, I'll be right back. Yep, I'm leaving now. I'm going on my way. miles away, I realized I'm adding water today. I haven't had anything to drink, except for a little bit of cola. I was given status effect, right? Marked. It's called marked. Looks like all of these are ranger abilities. So is it really just specific to the ranger class? Burst when on the target. Often in other games, it's just bonus damage. This is much more significant on the impact that this will have on the target. It's basically marking the target for death and has a pretty huge effect. A new mark will override a previous mark. We're not letting them stack. Ooh, marks sound pretty good. Did they scale back the influence of a mark because it's now the individual? Yeah, there are strong effects. Wonder what the duration is. Is it ongoing? Is it like an infinite duration? How much is the slow? Let me look at that chilled one again. Slows. Click on that. Slows. Snared. Brought me to snared. Frozen might not be that bad. But Frozen should be the same amount of bad as a stun. No defense. Base mitig. To all citizens. Oh, so everyone has 20% 100 range. That's all. Last 5 minutes. Node luck is a buff that is applied to the winners of a territory control node. Node luck is a buff that's applied to the winners while inside. Oh, and it will last for 24 hours? Huh. I mean, it is a buff. It's a buff, right? It's a buff. Not a... You have 20 buffs at a time? Wow. Let's put that. Why isn't there a node magical power multiplier? Riled. Riled targets have increased stability and an increased chance of tripping shake in enemies. B C D F G H I K K L M N P Q R S T. I haven't gotten to tripping yet. Wait, shoot. Riled. So this is like a status effect you would want to give your teammates. Battle cry. Applying the riled effect to the caster and all nearby party members, and shaken to all nearby enemies. Wow, that's probably really good. They are both fighter abilities. How about that? Deal heavy damage and apply shaken to all enemies in a large area in front of you. Shaken enemies have a 5% chance to trip when hit, and the effect is removed when triggered. This chance doubles when hit by riled targets. So if they hit me, I have an even greater chance. Well, it's a hard CC, so that's definitely a good thing. It definitely makes it a strong ability, but it's only a 5 to 10% chance to happen per attack. But it looks to be 5% chance. I mean, that seems much better in PvP than PvE. You know, like, I doubt you can trip the boss, to be honest. Rooted. The rooted status effect looks to be all ranger abilities. Rooted. When it doesn't really explain what it does. When you airstrike, leap a distance, fire projectiles, and you root targets. And you root targets. Rotation control is enabled. The root effect is nature based. Enemies are snared. Snared isn't rooted, is it? Let me see. Snared. QRRS. I haven't gotten to snared yet. And then the other ability is like some vines, targets are hit, and snared. Targets that have more than 10 seconds of snare duration are rooted. Enemies are snared. Targets damage physical nature are rooted. I mean, I think I know what rooting is, right? Like, rooted. Let me put a question. Enemy can't move. I think that's all it does. I don't know the duration. Three seconds. I think that's what it means. I'm gonna give that like a 0.2. Three seconds is kind of long. 2.5. Staggered. When in a staggered state, the target's abilities are either muted or inaccessible. But if they're staggered, let me go look back at staggered. Ooh. Additionally, this ability applies staggered to all enemies around the caster, unless fully charged, in which case the... Oh, shoot, it just force trips people? That's pretty cool. That is just a big AoE force trip. Deals 200 to 5% bludgeoning damage. What is that? Is that physical for a mage? Huh. Yeah, I don't know how long it lasts. When in a staggered state, the abilities are muted or inaccessible, and it often leads to like worsened effects. Like if you get multiple staggers from multiple people, that'd be nice. There's good synergy there with... should I write that down? Like potential? Is that spelled right? Synergy potential. Cool. This also has synergy potential. but I don't think the slow is going to be that much. That could be bad if people were smart, but I don't think enemies are being smart. If your enemies freeze you and then they don't touch you and they continue to push back your teammates and then they can surround you and unfreeze you and attack you at the same time, that would be really bad. But chances are they're going to freeze and another teammate's going to attack them and they're going to unfreeze and it's not going to be frozen for very long. So I don't think this is a 3. I think this is like a 2-5. I wonder if your slow could stack up to 5 and then you're like super slow and then you freeze. That'd be deadly. Right? That'd be pretty bad. I don't know, maybe not deadly. That would be pretty bad though. Yeah, but until then, this is probably just a 0.15. Rooted. Yeah, I did rooted. Now we're on ruptured. The target acquires 5 wound stacks per second that they are moving. Wounds are stacking debuffs that decrease healing received and increase physical damage taken. This is a fighter. Great sword. Okay, so it's not exclusively fighter. Adds wound. Decreases healing received and increases their damage taken from physical sources. Huh, so what? So the wound applies. So a stack of wound applies. Oh, up to a maximum of 100 stacks of wound each. 50% reduced healing, right? That's right, isn't it? 50%, yeah. Then 15% lessens their physical defenses by another 15%. So ruptured. Because it can do different things depending on which ability uses it. decreases physical damage by 15%. Yeah, that's all right. Reducing their healing received can be a big deal at times, for sure. But you probably don't want more than 3 fighters on a whole team. I'm sure 3 fighters can keep that at 100 stacks. Or you could do 2 fighters and then one person also has a great sword. Ruptured wounds are stacking debuffs that decrease healing received, increase damage taken from physical sources. All right, I'm doing this for solo. See that this isn't really a 3 for solo. This is a 3 for group. Man. Just not going to worry about it. We are just not going to worry about it. That's what's going to happen. Enemy can't move for 3 seconds is the same as no, just 0.2. Are these numbers okay? All right, next one. Ruptured, now we're on shaken. Oh, I did shaken, right? No, I did staggered. I'm done shaken. I think I've heard of shaken. I think I've gotten shaken and staggered confused. Perhaps. Shaken is a debuff on enemies. Whenever they take damage, they have a small chance to trip. Right, so we're gonna do one about being tripped. I did riled. Riled have increased stability and an increased chance of tripping. Shaken. Yeah, you can trip shaken enemies. You can't trip non-shaken enemies. And riled just increases the chance of tripping. Shield assault. Oh, it can stun? Cool. So this isn't on itself. On itself, does it even do anything? Or is it only just a pre-form of trip? Like it doesn't do anything. It's what happens before you get tripped, but it doesn't actually do anything. What does shaken actually do? I'm just gonna give it a point. I mean, it doesn't do nothing. It just is the before. If it don't do nothing, it don't do nothing. It's just the before effect. I think that's how it works. All right, so shattered. Oh, okay. It's just a. Also, it does damage to the enemies around the frozen target too. Probably. Burst damage, meaning. I'm guessing it's AoE. That's what it sounds like to me. I'm just gonna put that in there. But I mean, it says it's good. I don't. 0.15. Shell effect. Shell is a type of status effect in Ashes. Shell, a protective magical shell surrounds you, absorbing 500% magical power and damage before. Oh, it's a protective shield. That's awesome. That's going to be used a lot. Yeah, especially by mages. I guess it's exclusively to mages, but that's going to be. Mages will use that. And they probably should. So. How did you get that little symbol? This is probably a 4. That's probably good. That's probably one of the best things on here, to be honest. Call it a status effect, but the entire thing, that's this entire thing. It doesn't do anything else. It does that. That's the whole skill. It doesn't synergy with anything. It's just a. So it's even better than a 4. It could be a 5 for 500%. Yeah. Oh, really? And you can have 50% uptime with this thing? Let's leave it at a 0.5. It's a good number for this. Weapon combo system. Shell shocked. Shell shocked. About to get shell shocked. That's like a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle song. Shocked. Incoming direct attacks proc and deal 20% lightning damage and consume a stack. It's probably percent like 20% of your magic damage as lightning damage. Magic 20% of your magic is dealt as lightning damage. That's probably what it is. Incoming direct attacks, not outgoing, but incoming, and deal and consume a stack. I don't understand. Let me read the descriptions of these skills. Sometimes it helps me better understand what the status effect is supposed to be talking about. So this ball lightning skill says it creates a large ball of electricity that slowly moves forward, rapidly dealing 50% lightning damage and applying volatility to enemies it overlaps with. Volatile. Okay, but what does that have to do with light shocked? So the ball of lightning is an electric ball of lightning, sure. Lightning is lightning. It's electric, it's lightning damage up here too. So this skill how does this work? Hold on. Let's read the next one. After a standard one hit, these bonuses are doubled against shocked targets. But so if you initially shock a target, then for the next 6 seconds, if you deal lightning damage again, that lightning damage will do a 20% extra. Oh, but it consumes a stack. So you have to like reapply the shock status and then you use your lightning damage and then that consumes the stack. Yeah, that could be it. Is it a 0.2? Because it does 20% more damage. No, because you have to get it ready first. So it's a 0.5, 0.15. Sleeping. Didn't we already have incapacitated? Cannot move or act. Yeah, look, that's the same spell. I don't know. This is incapacitated. This is the same thing. So I'm actually just gonna I'm just gonna put this one right here. Okay, so that one isn't correctly text wrapping. There we go. All right. So we got shocked, we got sleeping. What else? Snared. Let's do snared as a type of status effect. Okay, what's it do though? All enemies within one area are snared and build additional hate towards the tank. Snared. Apply snare to target enemy. Enemies are snared. What does snare do? Oh, here we go. So I think that's all it does. Is it reduces their movement speed by 50%. How much movement speed reduction does chilled status do? That's pretty good, right? Oh, this one says 40%. I'll just say 40 to 50%. For 3 seconds. Dang.
It's binge watching time with TDS Fiber Internet and TV every night.
Maybe chilled is way better than this.
Sitcoms to edge of your seat thrillers, TDS brings you closer to those who matter most.
Maybe chilled isn't a 0.15 because this isn't a 0.15. This is a 0.3 or something. This one, I don't. It. That could be pretty good.
Subject to availability. Terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
I can see that being pretty good.
That word may mean jean shorts to you, but to us, it's an idea that's long on American ingenuity. The same kind that goes into every can of Dale's Pale Ale and Dale's Light Lager.
All right. A 3? What other 3s do I have? That's a 3.5. That's not 3 either. It's a 2.5. I don't have 3s. This isn't a 3. This is a 2.5 or something. Is it a 3? Am I wrong? I'm put it as a 2.5. Maybe it's just a 2. We're gonna leave it. Leave it. I can change it later. Hopefully that's right for now, but think on it. Staggered.
That's because CLT Airport is plugging away at our terminal lobby expansion. So find your zen, plan ahead, and follow signage or
When in a staggered state, the physical abilities are either muted or I already did staggered. Stunned. And shaken. There's too many status effects that start with the letter S, to be quite honest with you. Yeah, this game's complex, man. Can you change one of these? If anyone sees this video, can we get rid of so many S's in the front? Stun targets cannot take any actions for the duration of the status effect. Stun mocking, that's another S. Stun targets cannot taking action for the duration. There will be diminishing returns on stuns. Some effects can stun mounts, others can stun the rider. A cleric has a stun? A cleric has a stun. Does that affect bosses? Stuns are considered hard CCs. Action orientation skills. Okay, so it's a 3-second stun. Will avoid stun blocking. All right. Can stun mounts. Yeah, stun is good. Stun's a 3 probably. Yeah. Let's do that. 3 seconds, 0.3. Let's do the 0.3 there. Yeah, but like the entire purpose of those abilities is I don't know, maybe this is even a 4. And they just have several abilities. Like, all right, stunned. And we got a 3 here, which this isn't a 3. I gotta change 3. Damage dealt reduced by 15% towards targets other than the applier of this effect. I'm just doing this for solo content, so that's completely worthless for solo situations. Yeah, you know. Type that in. All right. What's ever stunned? What else we got? Stunned, tripped. Yeah. Haven't done tripped yet. Read about it. Now I get to really read about it. Sorry about that. Hit the microphone. Mages and tanks and rangers and fighters. A lot of people's trips. What was that? Mage. The Quake ability? Okay. This seems interesting ability. So tripped is... Tripped... Alright. A hard CC knockdown. Or snared. Oh, this thing just immediately trips anyone that enters the area. That's nice. Tripping shaken enemies. Tripping shaken enemies. A hard CC knockdown. Yeah. But you usually applied after other status effects.
Russell Dickerson, and more. Enjoy rides, live music, and refreshing ice-cold Coca-Cola. Your perfect combo. Thrill, chill, and refresh on select Fridays and Saturdays in July and August. Carowinds Summer Music Fest. More info at carowinds.com.
Okay, so when we get on the car lot, don't look
Say
anyone in the eye.
5%
Don't smile. Stand right next to me. This
chance
is
to
serious business.
trigger.
Dad.
I know.
So it's
But in the game of car buying, we gotta play it smart.
it's not a, it's like a 2 maybe.
CarMax has upfront pricing. The price we saw online is the price we get.
Oh, okay. I guess we can smile.
Shop quality certified cars with upfront pricing at CarMax.com.
For summer cravings, size matters.
Is maybe a 2.5.
To be substantially larger than many
It might be a 2.5. It's a hard CC thing. be that. And I'm going to put one below wounded and it's 0.25 just to have them right beside each other. All right, so that's what I got. Those are my status, effect, impact ratings. Hope y'all like the stream. So cool. I'm getting the stream from there. Oh, you know, let me add this. Yeah, just this tab, this whole skills tab. That's where I will go tomorrow to be finding these things. But this might be the longest stream I've done. That was fun. I'm a data science student. I want to learn more about how to figure out information. You know, apply what we learn.